Committee Room 29, signed. 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 Committee Room 29, Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, signed. 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 Committee Room 29, Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, Sound.
She confirmed.
Thank you. Okay, good morning members. I'd like to welcome you all to Fáilte Roimh Lig to our meeting this morning. We do have a quorum and I call the meeting to order. Can I remind anyone in the public gallery that mobile phones must be turned off? Mobile tablet devices can, however, be used through a Wi-Fi connection and all devices should be muted. Password details are available there in the gallery for anyone wanting to connect to the Assembly's Wi-Fi network, and no recordings or photographs may be taken. Can I remind members about the protocols regarding the use of electronic devices? Switch all devices to airplane mode. and activate Wi-Fi. Please also use tablet devices discreetly in a way which does not interfere with proceedings, and be aware of cameras when using the device. And I would also like to remind you about the sensitivity of the microphones. And finally, I'd remind members of your responsibility to declare any interest in any of the items under discussion today. Do members have any interest wish to declare in relation to today's meeting? Andy?
Just in relation to disability, obviously an individual with disability, Chair.
Yep, thank you. Any other members? No, thank you. Item 1 then, members, is apologies. Clerk, can you advise, please?
Daniel McCrossan, Shan and Kelly will arrive slightly late.
Thank you. Item 2, Chair's business. I have no particular business to report this week, and then would propose we move directly to agenda item 3, which there are the draft minutes. So those are contained at page 6 of your meeting pack, members. Are members content to agree the minutes of 26th of September as drafted? Content? Thank you. Members, then, you've been provided at page 13 with a reply from the Arts Council on the working and living conditions of artists. Research that it commissioned. A copy of the report is available on the link given, and the reply letter covers the key findings of that report. So the letter outlines that in November the Arts Council will be holding a knowledge exchange event with artists and arts organisations to discuss these findings, the work it is doing to address some of the issues, and discuss ways it can continue to work together to improve these conditions. Do members have any comments in relation to that? And I know I was actually I'm glad to see that piece of work being done. I think this is an area that's really quite significant. I would be keen to know how they put the panel together. I would also be keen to know, given some of the things they've outlined around, the very difficult financial situation and the fact that a lot of artists are only working part-time, what their plans are around that, and also what engagement they've had maybe with other artists across the island here, because there is quite a thriving arts and culture sector across the island. So I think it'll be useful to find out a bit more about those items, and also to flag actually that we are planning an event ourselves around the end of January to also link in with the arts sector. So I just want to flag that up.
Right back to the Arts Council?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Ask about the panel and plans refinances.
Yeah. So, any other comment or members otherwise content to note?
Thank you.
Then at page 14, members, there's a departmental update on the Welfare Supplementary Payments Waiver Facility. A working group chaired by departmental officials and including representatives from social landlords has now agreed that the new waiver process for both private and social housing tenants in receipt of welfare supplementary payments. The department is currently developing communications material to advise customers of the new facility. It's anticipated that this work will be completed and new processes implemented by the end of September 2024. A further update will be provided which will confirm implementation. And I just want to note, I think it's very useful that the department have indicated that they will support people around that waiver process, and I think that's good to hear that. Any other comments, members, or any? Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Chair, just if we can get more information on the exceptionality of when the overpayment will be considered, and if where there isn't obviously health grounds, will official error be considered? Because when I first did raise this issue, and obviously it can have a negative impact on individuals' health, which may be taken into consideration, it was more that the payments had been put in place unbeknown to the recipient. They never requested them, and they were in place. They paid the rent that was requested of them, and it only then transpired down the line that these payments were in place, and then they were hit with an overpayment.
Yep. Members content with that suggestion? Yep. Thank you, members. Then at page 16, there's a ministerial reply to the committee's request for a briefing on the current budgetary situation. The Minister confirms he will attend our meeting on the 7th of November. Members content to note? Yeah, thank you. At page 17 there's a reply from the BBC in relation to our queries around the accessibility of local news services. Committee had asked for further information regarding what requirements are placed upon the BBC under the terms of the licence fee to provide accessible content on live broadcast TV. The letter received outlines that the BBC is continuing to work with its team of BSL translators to promote awareness of the different ways in which BBC audiences can access this bulletin, including through on-air mentions and signposting, and is keen to ensure its success. meeting the needs of existing viewers and hopefully finding new ones as well. The letter also sets out the BBC's digital platforms attract large audiences and are now a mainstream part of its work, reflecting changes in technology and how people engage with its output. It goes on to state that the BBC will keep all of this under review over the next 12 months, including audience engagement with and consumption of the service and suggestions about how it might be developed or improved. So I have to say, members, I feel that despite all that information and much of it useful and much of it interesting, they didn't answer that really core question. And I think we should ask them again to follow up on the question. And when we're doing that, I think we should flag to the BBC that there is legislation coming through which will include BSL and ISL, just as an information. But I do think we need to restate the question, given the actual question. And I also would be a wee bit, I have to say, concerned around accessibility for older people in terms of accessing some of these platforms. And actually even the visibility of sign being reduced or diminished, or there's very little visibility actually. That's one of the only times I ever see sign. I know it was on quite late at night, but the only time I see sign being used is often during that lunchtime bulletin, and I thought it was a useful thing to have that out there at that time. So I personally would feel that I would be supportive of them keeping that, but what do members think, or any other comments?
Well, I'm of the same opinion that it should be kept just in terms of inclusivity for all. And particularly, you know, that if anything, it's a service that should be extended rather than them limiting its provision.
Yeah. Just another comment, I suppose it is like more a regressive step rather than a proactive step, and I would love to know what engagement was had with the deaf communities prior to making that decision. It should be to the forefront. I'll just reiterate, as Melissa has said, it needs to be to the forefront, and we should be increasing this rather than decreasing it. So,
Okay, any other thoughts, members? Or are members content that we move on to the next item? Yeah, thank you. Then at page 18, members, there's a reply from the TEO committee in relation to work on the anti-poverty strategy. The committee has received no recent updates on the development of the strategy, nor is the committee currently undertaking work in that matter. So to me, that is my take on this is that it absolutely needs to be championed by the Minister for Communities. That is where it sits. I think I'd be keen to hear, you know, where that there's reference there in some of the correspondence around a number of weeks. We'll probably come back to it, and I'd like to know what a number of weeks is. I also think that we're aware now that there is a draft, and I welcome the fact that there is a draft, and I'd like to see progress in that, but maybe we could look for a briefing for the committee on the draft proposals, if members are content.
I welcome that.
Yeah. Yes, Brian?
Chair, can you just remind me, why did we write to the TEO committee, and I declare an interest on the TEO committee? I mean, because we know it's under the remit of the Communities Minister, whilst it's relevant across the full executive, and I get the idea that the executive office ministers, you know, will also have a role in ensuring there's cross-departmental buy-in to this strategy. But given that it's under the auspices of Communities Minister and therefore this committee, just remind me, what was the purpose of writing to the TEO committee?
I think it was Kelly who proposed it, just to clarify, so to ensure that there was no, I presume that there was no kind of misunderstanding, that was very clear that it was, you know, and whatever work was going on there, that the principal, as you say, and I agree, the principal responsibility for driving this forward lies with communities. So I think
the TEO committee had written to this committee seeking any updates that this committee had received with regard to the anti-poverty strategy.
Right.
And so in the context of forward work planning and strategic planning, we were wanting to clear lines so there wasn't duplication, that committee and this committee weren't looking at the same thing at the same time.
Right.
I think it's important to note that the TEO have responsibilities for social change and eradicating poverty. So it's very clear they have the overarching. So it's impertinent that in driving forward a draft strategy of engagement across all the departments, to ensure that the departments have this to the forefront and developing key actions within a clear strategy and clear action plan and moving forward. Because if we're saying it's in the coming weeks, we really need to find out, you know, what's the programme of works even within the department and the level of engagement and who with prior to presenting the final plan. So it's really for us, I think this is a really, really important strategy. It's very cross-cutting, and I would reiterate, it is for the Minister to champion, but it's for the department to be fully engaging with all our departments to try and bring this forward as soon as possible. And I do welcome that the Minister has, on the floor of the House, says it's imminent in the coming weeks. So it's really, it would be really, really good to kind of get a breakdown of that timescale, the level of engagement, and what we should expect over the next month.
Yeah.
You know, that's...
Yep, thanks. Members agreed? Yep, thank you. Okay then, members, at page 19 there's a copy of the House of Commons research paper and analysis paper relating to the Online Safety Bill, now an Act as of 2023. We had requested further information on this in the context of a discussion relating to gambling and the risks associated with online gambling. So we've written both to the department seeking an update and to ask for baseline information. That is something that remains, I think, of a concern. I know there's an Ofcom event taking place in the near future, which I would hope to raise this issue, because there seems to be a lack of regulation even on the online space at present. So any other comments or thoughts, members, about that item? Go ahead, Brian.
Yes, I mean, one of the main concerns will be just about the limits, you know, that people can be gambling and losing, you know, in online platforms, and there are restrictions on physical venues, but one of the main concerns is just the amounts that people can be losing in online, on platforms which are quite addictive.
And I have to say, I'd be very worried about young people in that regard, because physical betting shops, like obviously you'll see if a person is noticeably underage, young people are developing habits, and a lot of them are designed, a lot of the gateways are designed to be quite appealing to younger people, so I would be really concerned at that element of it. I think there's potential harm being done as we speak, and it's very important, I think, that regulation is brought forward in this as soon as possible. Okay, members, thank you. So we're going on then to agenda item 5, which is correspondence. So there's a couple of items I want to flag there, and then I'll go to yourselves, members. So I see where the resettlement team closures correspondence in there, but I suppose my understanding is that's transferring across the TEO. I just want to, I suppose, note that even in my work previously as a social worker, I had experience of how this scheme worked, and I have to say it was one of probably not that many examples of really good cross-department working. So it involved health, it involved education, it involved housing, and to me, what I saw of it, it did really help to settle people in a way which was, you know, to their benefit and to the community's benefit. So it's a scheme that I think we should be implementing the learning from and widening. Like I wouldn't want to see that scheme, the learning from that scheme being lost. In fact, I think there's merit at the present time in particular to see how such a scheme could be widened out, and that cross-departmental element of it. And I would understand that's why it's going into TEO, to have an overarching view, but I certainly would encourage TEO to ensure that the scheme continues to deliver the benefits that I have seen.
And again, just to reiterate just what the Chair has said there, and I was familiar with the scheme as well in my previous role as a councillor in Derry City and Strabane, and would only but be full of praise for the contribution that the scheme has made in assisting those people who have arrived in this country and to settle here and to be totally embraced in every respect and are given the support that they require, and if they do come to Ireland. And I'd like to think that it is a scheme that should be continued, and that, as we know only too well, that we do have sort of the recurrent sort of situation where we have people from other countries arriving here on our shores, and that this scheme, if anything, can be such a life support in many ways to those people. So I would again reiterate what the Chair has said, that this scheme, if anything, rather than being rounded down or closed, that it should be rounded up and expanded.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brian.
Yes, I mean, I think it's only right to comment. I mean, many of these specific international situations, right, Syria, Afghanistan, Ukraine, I mean, Hong Kong is another one, where commitments were made at a national level, you know, and by government, that along with other countries, that the UK would provide a safe home for people where there was large numbers displaced in crisis situations, and it's right that Northern Ireland played its part, and there will be situations like that in the future. So as well as just an ongoing role for the TEO, this was a model where there was an upsurge of people coming from a particular location and a need for support. That extra resource and support may be required again in the future. So it's a model which may well be needed in the future.
Yep, thank you, members. A couple of other small points I wanted to make in terms of things I spotted. The investing activity report, I welcome that report through. I do want to get a better look at that just to get an understanding of how that what that means for various things within it, but I'm glad we've received that. I also wanted to flag the decarbonising home heating one that came in there, and it's made clear the Minister for Economy met with Ed Miliband in July, and they have agreed that more must be done to support decarbonisation in the north here, and also to support people to put in place measures which will be more sustainable. So I would like to know what conversation the Minister for Communities has progressed around our continued retrofitting, funding challenges within the housing executive and PRS homes in particular with lower EPC ratings. So I think I'd be keen to get an update from the Minister in terms of that element of his work, if members are content. Any other items, members, in terms of table papers or main pack? Yeah, Ciara?
Just the 5.1, the individual who had sent one out to all members in relation to social housing and the legal issues. I suppose the concerns have been raised, and I do think it deserved an adequate response from the Minister and the Department on it. They are rightly acknowledging the ongoing decline in social housing starts alongside the financial difficulties for many tenants. So I think it would be useful if we could get more information back from the Department in terms of perhaps the average rents across our 19 housing associations. And then likewise, and it's something I would be very keen to ensure that across all management boards that tenants are represented and supported to be represented and to sit on the boards, because their voices are critically important. So maybe can we find out what percentage of the housing associations management boards are made up of tenants? It should be something we should be supporting. And then likewise, can the Department confirm that all of the 19 housing associations do not operate as for-profited entities? And maybe what percentage of house building costs are contributed by the Department versus the amount that is required from housing associations themselves. So I think it's quite a comprehensive letter. There's a lot of detail there, and I think it's pertinent that responses are made and we receive that information as well. Is that okay?
Members content with that? Briefly to note as well, the in-table papers, the older papers parliament, just to note that and to flag that up to members on Saturday 12th of October at 1 p.m. here, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's taking place here. And just, I have to say, it was raised with me at the event in the Long Gallery last week around the age discrimination legislation being out of step here, and I think that is something I think we should absolutely ensure that we have robust age discrimination legislation for older people and indeed for younger people. I think it's important that we ensure that no one is discriminated on the basis of age. Any other items of correspondence, members? Could I just ask members, so we had moved correspondence forward because of the backlog over the summer. We put it back in here. Would members be content that, say, from now to Christmas we keep it at, just to enable scrutiny of correspondence, if we keep it at this earlier stage over the next number of weeks, and we'll see at Christmas how that's working out in terms of how it's impacting the community?
Yes, I mean, I think I'd indicate to you before that quite often there's, when it's left to the end of the meeting, there might be some important correspondence and some members might have left if they have other commitments, so I prefer it to be earlier, because and it gives us a chance just to consider, I mean, it's not unusual to have 20 or 30 items of correspondence, and just I prefer to have that earlier opportunity.
Yeah, and you had noted, and we did said we would revisit, and that's in that spirit that I think it's useful now that we've got our feet kind of under us in terms of
long as
some of
we-
the presentations that we had to have. I think it's now.
As long as we can discipline ourselves time-wise.
That's it. And we'll have that. We'll have to have a better discussion on that. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to note I very much welcome the department and the launch of the Historic Environment Fund. It's reopened again at the start of the month. Closing date the 27th of November. And I know would have recalled we would have received correspondence, particularly those with thatched properties and a lot of that. So I welcome that it's open. I do also welcome that there is a slight increase in the maximum amount that you can apply for from 12 to 15. But I would just like to get an update on that rationale for that increase and why it wasn't further increased as what would be recommended by a lot of the stakeholders that I had engaged with. But I do welcome that it's open. I do welcome the slight increase, but just I would like clarity on the rationale of why it increased by 3,000 and not another amount. So, but I do welcome it. It's really
Members
it's good
content
news.
with that? Yeah. Go ahead, Melissa.
Just on item 5.4, the launch of the new project funded through the Access and Inclusion Programme. And I read that with interest and I wonder why it is that other councils are not involved in that. And I think again, particularly I said in Stellantis, the council, where I'm sure that they could benefit from that same scheme if it was available to them. So is that the case, or can we have some type of an update on that programme and how it is that people access it?
Where it is available and how it is accessed. Yeah.
Members content with that request? Okay, thank you, members. So, members, we're now moving into agenda item 6, which is a consideration of social fund winter fuel, and that is in closed session. So, if I could ask clerk to put us into closed session, please.
Committee Room 29. Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, 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 Sound. Committee Room 29. Sound.
She confirmed open.
Okay, thank you, members. We're now in open session, members. And can I now refer you to agenda item 7, the SR 2024-174, the Social Fund Winter Fuel Payment Regulations 2024, for committee consideration. Members have just been briefed by the Examiner of Statutory Rules, and we now need to consider the rule. Have any members any perspectives or points that they would like to make or put on record? Thank you. Yes, Andy?
Yeah, Chair, can I just maybe request on behalf of the committee, I think we understand that an inequality impact assessment is currently being looked at by the department, and I think in order for us to make an informed scrutiny decision, that we maybe perhaps defer this rule again and go back to the department and impress upon them that we would like to see the UQIA before the statutory period ends for this rule.
Agreed.
Agreed.
All members agreed. So I suppose I could just summarise then for the clerk that we all agree to write to the department to emphasise that we're not content at this moment in time, and we will not support the rule at this moment in time without the additional information that we require to make a final decision, and that would be the equality impact assessment. So we really need all the information, and we would hope that they could expedite that EQIA. I know they're working on it, but it would, if they could furnish it with us as soon as possible, so then we can do our scrutiny rule and make a decision. Is that okay?
Great.
Before the end of the statutory consultation
Which is the
Yeah.
13th of October. Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 8, which is the SR 2024-174, the Social Security Infected Blood Capital Disregard Amendment Regulations. That's on page 278 for members. Members, SL1 for this rule was considered at the meeting on the 19th of September when we indicated that we were content for the department to make the rule, but agreed to ask the department for clarification in relation to carers allowance. Please also note, members, that we did receive a response yesterday from the department, which is at page 28 of your tabled pack, providing further information in relation to the carers allowance. With that additional information provided, can I ask, have members any objection to the rule?
No.
Okay. So assuming that there are no objections, can I put the following question to members? That the Committee for Communities has considered the SR 2024-174, the Social Security Infected Blood Capital Disregard Amendment Regulations NI 2024, has no objection to the rule. Are members agreed?
Agreed.
Thank you, members. Members will now just take a quick break to allow for some adjustments to the room prior to our next briefing session. Thank you.
Committee Room 29. Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, 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 Sound.
Well, if we can, me and you.
Thank you. We're now in open business, and can I very much welcome, I'm delighted to have representatives to the meeting. So we have Andrea Brown, CEO of Disability Action, Joanne Sansom, Disability Rights Specialist and author, Nuala Toman, Head of Innovation and Impact, Disability Action, and Michael Holden, Chair of the Centre for Independent Living. You are very, very much welcome, and apologies for any delays that we had this morning. So I really, really appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedules today to come along. Andrea, we have your briefing papers in front of us, and I would now like to invite you to make a brief opening statement of 5 to 10 minutes, and then we can then move to questions to the members. Is that okay?
Thank you.
All right.
So thank you very much for the opportunity to come and present to you today. And you'll know from the briefing paper that we want to talk to you about the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. But yes, in my role, I'm Chief Executive Disability Action, and I've been there now. I've been with Disability Action over 20 years, but I've been Chief Executive now for 4 years, since 2020. Disability Action is like the largest pan-disability organisation probably in the UK and certainly in Ireland. And most of you will know some of the work we do in terms of employment support and transport services, advocating for people's human rights in terms of with the trust in the trust areas, and looking at independent living. So today we'll just briefly talk to you. I'm just going to do an introduction, then I'm going to hand over to the guys just to fill you in the details. But the UN Convention was signed by the UK in 2009. So now we've had 15 years of waiting for this treaty to be adapted into domestic legislation in some format. And the convention specifically affords disabled people just their basic human rights, that they can have independent living, their right to education, the right to life. The Northern Ireland Executive's responsibility is to ensure that all its citizens have the full protection of the law, and currently we're failing disabled people by not adhering to the Human Rights Convention. So Disability Action have been really keen participants in the reporting to the UN over the years. Since 2009, we have completed the shadow report to the UN with our with our UK counterparts, reporting on the state parties' implementation of the convention. And unfortunately, as Michael will allude to when he presented in Geneva last year, the report is a damning indictment of the government's failings for disabled people. So this committee has the opportunity to support us and consider our asks in terms of putting disabled people's rights and the principles of the UNCRPD into domestic legislation. You can do this by taking the recommendations of the Equality Commission to reform equality legislation and progress the Bill of Rights. We can support the funding of disabled people's services and organisations like ourselves to be representative organisations for people with disability. One particular ask that's very clear to me and what I'm very keen to look at is the inclusion strategies that were dealt with by communities pre the collapse of the executive, and also during that time when the executive was down and officials were working hard, certainly consulting with the relevant groups to get those inclusion strategies ready. We'd like those to be invigorated, to be brought back to the table, to be brought back to disabled people to look at, to see where we are with them and how we can get them in, and also to see the immediate introduction of a disability strategy and a disability employment strategy, because the work's there and they are ready to go. So I'm just going to hand over to Nuala, who's going to talk to you through some of the points in terms of the reporting to the UN Convention. Thank you.
So you'll see that we shared the committee's conclusions with you. Following Disability Action submitted three evidence reports to the committee within the reporting period, and met with the committee in person and briefed the committee remotely based on the evidence that we had collected from more than 2,000 disabled people about their experiences within the reporting period, which was from 2016 to 2024. And that evidence showed, as the committee has concluded, the grave and systematic abuse of the rights of disabled people, not only by the UK government, but also by the administration within the local executive and assembly. Now, the majority of that reporting time was during the political crisis. And what we heard from disabled people at that time is that they felt like they were living under a dictatorship with no access to decision making and no way to actually change policy and legislation. And there were significant cuts made to services that disabled people access. The way in which the cuts were implemented at that time and indeed subsequently, so there were cuts implemented by civil servants, but then we have had a budget since then, have severely and disproportionately impacted upon disabled people because of the cumulative impact on disabled people accessing public services. So cuts to health, cuts to education, cuts to voluntary sector provision, and because it cross-cuts all aspects of a disabled person's life, then the impact is more severe, and the committee has accepted that position. Now, perhaps one of the most challenging issues that has been raised by the UN committee, and that we would like your support to consider, is that since the re-establishment of the executive, there has been no progress. Well, the committee concluded at the time that there was no progress to redress those cuts programmes or the impact that they had on the lives of disabled people. Now, since that point, we've seen some small changes. For example, protections for disability transport, mainly in the area of DFI, where DFI have taken some actions to redress some of the worst aspects of the cuts programme that was implemented. But that's really the only department where we're seeing this come through, and what we need is like a cross-departmental approach. and, you know, acceptance across the whole of the executive that more needs to be done to protect services which disabled people require as part of daily life and independent living. Now, the executive were given additional funding for transformation following the reinstatement of the executive, and the committee really picked up on that more funding had been given, and yet the cuts programme has not been reversed. Now, just to quickly make some points about that transformation strategy, the transformation programme is being taken forward by the NIO, the head of the civil service, and an economist from Dublin. It is progressing in the way that things have went previously, and that departments are putting forward bids. There's no wider inclusion or engagement in that process, and the committee and the COVID inquiry have raised issues around the lack of participation of disabled people in decisions around their lives. And another issue to quickly flag, because Andrea's covered the full list, is just to say that when we were under our core participants in the COVID inquiry, we participated in Module 2C, and we're awaiting the report. But there was a lot of discussion around the fact that the COVID recovery plan only referenced disabled children and disabled young people and access to employment. The PFG is exactly the same. So the reflections that have been made of the COVID recovery plan stand to the PFG as well, because while it is welcome that there's an emphasis around addressing employment challenges for disabled young people, what we need within a PFG is a holistic approach that addresses the full suite of challenges which disabled people face as a result of how our society is structured, and a range of targets and measures around how to address that. And in any forthcoming strategy, we need a legislative programme that includes equality, you know, the reform of equality legislation, the incorporation of the NCRPD, and we also need investment in funding and services, because without that, then the strategy is toothless. And we've waited over 20 years for it, so it's just to say that. I'm going to hand over to Michael, who was in Geneva and can talk about his experience and recommendations.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Holden, Chairman for the Centre for Independent Living. I was in Geneva. There were colleagues from across the UK that spoke on the different articles. I went specifically to speak about Article 27, which is employment and the right to work. Reason being is because when I'm not doing this, I'm an employer. I run a manufacturing business. We operate throughout the UK. We export. We are invest in our clients. 80% of my staff are disabled. And as a businessman, I just want to express the frustration of how difficult it is to manage the services that are currently provided. I know lots of people ask for money, but there are so many changes that could be streamlined that won't cost money. It's just about doing things differently. Access to work is designed by a service for a service, not designed with employers to meet the needs of getting people into employment. It is so full of red tape, it's almost not worth having. I have staff that cannot be trained in vocational qualifications because they went to school for disabled children. I think the wider society calls them special educational needs schools, but nothing special for me, because they're not allowed to take GCSEs. So I can't have them trained as a plumber or an electrician or a welder because they can't have a GCSE in English. And you'll forgive me, in a nation that doesn't speak English to a GCSE standard very well by the majority of the people, I find that rather ridiculous. I have to pay for that. Pay for disabled people to get vocational qualifications. That's a scandal. Also, public transportation. Coming to work, for those of them, my staff that don't use a wheelchair, that is absolutely fine. For those of them that use wheelchair accessible vehicles, if they can't get onto a bus, or if the bus is full, or if the bus has other users using the spot that won't vacate, they have to wait for the next one, and the next one, and the next one. A minor change would be to allow wheelchair accessible vehicles access to bus lanes, so that if they have alternative methods of getting here, they're not stuck in traffic because they can't use the service that is already being reserved for those that can. Invest and I are absolutely brilliant at helping me with vocational training, but will only fund 30%. There should be some kind of way of tailoring that to recognise or give the colleges some kind of aspect of change to recognise that children in Northern Ireland are not educated to GCSE level if they go to a disabled school. Networking in Northern Ireland at business events is not accessible at all. I don't even bother going to them. You can't move around, they're so cramped. There's all kinds of things that are not designed with business people that operate in the disabled area. And we're not a charity, we are a fully fledged business, and it is so difficult. Not one NISRA have ever wanted to engage with me, Department of Communities, nobody. We just fly under the radar, making these policies about our lives without ever including us. So I just wanted to say that, yes, things are done and people are asking for money that is needed, but there are so many things that could be streamlined and changed if you actually talk to the people that are using the service.
Thank you, Michael.
Joanne.
How do I follow that? I just want to start by saying, in preparation for today, I looked at all the reports in front of you, plus I looked at the programme for government, and none of it matches up. The programme for government only mentions disability in 4 sentences. Sentences, not even paragraphs, sentences. And it's part of the statutory duties. So it's not even disability, really. It's the statutory duties. But my point is, it doesn't match up with what the UN report said that the UK are violating. So, by my understanding of that, that means that the executive haven't took on board anything that the UN report has concluded, and that is sad. And I will be putting in on the consultation on that, because that's basic and it's from the UN. So if they can't even listen to the UN, what chance do we have of being listened to? And also around what you said, Michael, that kind of threw me about disabled schools not training up until GCSE standard, because I've left school 30 years, but I went to a special school and I'm quite proud of that fact, because they are good schools. They're not special, they're just schools that are fully accessible. And I did GCSEs and I did post GCSEs and went on to university. So if that is changed in today's society, I think that shows a big backslide that we need to look at and address. So that's basically what I have to say. But for me, the 3 highlights of the UNCRPD report, I live those highlights daily. I live in supported housing, which means I need to be on certain benefits to get my care provided. And because of that, that means I can't work. so therefore I can participate in society on an equal basis with others, which is what the UNCRPD calls for. So I'm a direct result of those violations. I have found workarounds to it, but as a person with a disability, you shouldn't have to find workarounds by yourself. There should be a pathway, and government needs to think holistically about every aspect of life, from birth until death, not just a wee bit in between. We live with our once you have a disability, you live with it all your life. You don't. Well, very few people get a miracle at any point. So that's my point for the PFG, to only concentrate on children and young people. That's discriminatory.
Thank you, Joanne.
Thanks, Joanne.
And thank you, Andrea, Michael and Nuala. And I think it's been a very comprehensive presentation. And there's a number of key areas that you've highlighted, in particular in relation to the UN, and lack of progress regarding the treaty and regulations and what should be, highlighting, which was to myself as well, in relation to the inability to do GCSEs. That never occurred to me, with regards to, as Joanne says, our fantastic special educational schools. They're just good schools and do amazing work across the north, and we're blessed even in my own constituency in Derry to have such amazing and fantastic schools. So that's quite alarming for me in relation to our young people being able to progress, as you say, into vocational or university without having their GCSEs, and if that's not available on offer. And then obviously regarding the programme for government, and it's quite key in relation to the consultation process now, and that's constantly reiterated. And I think this would be this is an opportunity today to encourage as many people as possible to highlight the key issues that you have presented today, but that you have continued to present this past 20 years. That's required, and then likewise raising the fantastic work that you have done and working with department officials over the past few years regarding the social inclusion strategy and the disability strategy, and where that's at, and the need, that the urgency that needs to be progressed, and the department needs to be re-engaging again with all of yourselves that have put the time and effort in. And it's something that we want to champion within the committee, and we will be obviously continuing to encourage the department to bring it forward as soon as possible, but firstly engaging with yourselves. But I know we're tied for time. We have about 10 minutes, so I'm going to open it to the floor, and I think I have Kelly just is going to ask a few questions, if that's okay.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you very much for your presentation. I know all of you, so I feel like I'm amongst friends, but I'm going to ask my friends some very difficult questions. The range in the programme for government doesn't just lie with Committee for Communities, so I'm going to ask you, are you planning to make a very similar presentation to the Executive Office Committee, the TEO Committee?
So what we find is, as disabled people, whenever we reach out to other departments, the default position is to refer us to the Department for Communities, because of that is where the disability strategy sits. And I know we've raised the issue of the PFG. So yes, I mean, we did brief the TEO committee as part of a delegation with the Human Rights Consortium and raised similar points. And from that briefing, then the inquiry into equality legislation emerged. But yes, we will submit, I think, following this, because there is a bit of a crossover. So what we kind of need from this committee is that push for a cross-departmental approach to disability in line with the disability strategy. And what we really require in terms of the UN reporting is that the Department for Communities and the Executive Office consider how best the recommendations from the committee can be embedded at an executive level. So there's a responsibility within this committee, because this is where the disability strategy exists, but we kind of the international human rights instruments and wider equality duties sit under the Executive Office Committee. And one of the biggest challenges we all face is the barriers to cross-departmental working. I mean, there's case law that has flagged up that one of the biggest challenges facing the Executive is that it's structured in a way that leads to siloed working. And we all need to think a bit more creatively how to address that. So I just wanted to address the issue around education for disabled children. We would say that all children should be educated together. At the minute, disabled children are segregated from other children, and it's a postcode lottery as to whether a child in a disabled school will have access to the progression pathway that can lead to GCSE or A-level, or whether they'll go through what is supposed to be the vocational pathway. But what Michael has outlined is that vocational pathway is not fit for purpose, because when the young person tries to access employment, there are gaps in the qualification. So thank you for the question.
Just to follow up on that, I know Collard House School very, very well, and I know the frustrations that school have, that their ability to provide GCSEs and A-levels is being pushed aside really with the department that's looking for them to move into the special school space where there is, it's for more children with more profound disabilities who may never be able to go for GCSEs, but in trying to reach, why would children in a special school not be trying to reach the best of their ability? So it frustrates me. My next question is, the committee, when we're communicating with the department, what engagement have you had with the Minister or the department with regards to the disability strategy? We know that you took part in their programme, and it had got to almost the end. It's a while ago now, but what discussions have you had with them about when they're going to progress that?
We will be in regular contact with officials from the department. We haven't had an opportunity to meet with the Minister in terms of this would be our priority in terms of getting the disability strategy back out because it hasn't gone to consultation yet. The department are keen. The conversation for them from officials is that the Minister is minded to get it out there, but it's going to be probably next year before we see it, which is disappointing for us because it was never finalised, so it's not finalised, it's not been consulted on, so there's a lot of work still to be done, and we would really like it to come out, and let's have another look at it, let's see what needs to be changed, how we implement it, and things that we're discussing today around the incorporation of the UNCRPD principles within that's really important, because there's no point having a strategy that doesn't do that. That's in all of us and all the disabled people that will come to this meeting and address you, that's the underlying principle that they need to see. So we try our best, Kelly, to be in with as many ministers as we can. We haven't been able to get in with the Minister for Communities yet, but we will continue to do that. But certainly we would have very open discussions with department officials in terms of where they are, and they're, as they say, it's shelf ready. It just needs a little bit of work, and it needs some consultation work done. So it's just about pushing that. We'd like to keep pushing it forward.
Just finally, It's very sad to know that we have a colleague, Danny Donnelly, who's an MLA here, who's taking forward a private member's bill to oblige government departments to take UNCRPD into account through all that they do. I'm just wondering, I know that you've said that the strategy coming forward by the Minister may not be out until next year, as far as you're aware. If that is the case, then that possibly is beyond a 2-year budget period. What's your thoughts on that?
I think really we have been arguing for a longer term approach to finance and budgets for years. So to have the strategy pushed into a 1-year window will severely undermine its effectiveness. And I think that what we have seen is in this Daman report from the UN committee is that what we need is coordination across executive departments. We need cross-departmental working, we need funding and investment, and we need departments to make decisions in partnership with disabled people, because when disabled people are not included, mistakes are made. And the most shocking the most shocking kind of absence of inclusion to highlight is, there was great work done by the Department for Communities during COVID. Disabled people were not involved in the emergency response that was set up, and the organisations that were represented were representative of the wider charity sector. There were some social enterprises that were engaging with disabled people. Disability Action were not involved. We did seek involvement. We didn't get that involvement. We provide transport door to door to disabled people. We would have had the infrastructure to get food and medicine to disabled people, and that opportunity was not afforded to us, and as a result only 1% of the shielding list was fed. So, well, we understand that people are working at pace and trying to do the right thing, but that also includes having the right people in the room at the right time, and not kind of just working with, what we find in this particular jurisdiction is that there may be an arrangement that was made, through engaging with the voluntary sector, but that will be, and the Department for Communities has a really strong connection with the voluntary and community sector, but that connection doesn't include representation across the board from disabled persons organisations. So we effectively get pushed out to the margins at every single stage, and that really needs to change.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm conscious I have 3 more members, so I'm going to ask, unfortunately, just if you have one succinct question that we can ask. So I'm going to go to Brian, and then I'll be with Morris, and then Andy. Is that okay? So Brian,
Thank
so
you,
if you can be quick.
Yep, no, thank you to the panel for your attendance, and particularly for your key asks document. It's always useful to have a short summary that we can hold on to and follow up. So I just want to ask about employability support. So you refer to the shared prosperity funding, and we're aware of that issue, and we've had a number of groups in on that. So just can you say a bit more about that in terms of which groups in particular? I know some of the sort of regional or groups working in different geographical areas will support people with disabilities, but there are some that have a particular focus on people with disabilities. I'm thinking USIL and NOW, but so I'm not sure in terms of that funding, are there certain ones you would highlight that are affected by the uncertainty over the shared prosperity funding? And sort of connected to that, you also refer to, I'm not sure, should that be deaf and disability employment strategy? Can you just clarify whose strategy is that and where it's at?
And I suppose in terms of employment programmes, we would work across all of Northern Ireland in terms of support with Workable and employment support, and certainly disability specialist support, which is provided through the...
Workable? What was that?
Workable is an employment programme administered by DFC, where providers then support in-work support for disabled people. The UK SPF fund, there are several groups of organisations who work in partnerships. So, for example, we have a partnership with UCL and Specialist Turn, and we provide the limitations of UK SPF is that it was around economic inactivity. So that obviously narrows down the window of the people that you're actually addressing. In terms of providing support for them into employment. However, it has been a successful programme, and we have been successful in getting people into work. But lots of different disability organisations and the representative groups are in other conglomerates of people who are providing support across that. So we're trying to reach the very wide range of disabled people who need that assistance. And as I said to you, in terms of UK SPF, the limitations are that they have to meet the economic inactivity criteria. However, we have met with Fleur Anderson in terms of bringing that to the NIO and the Minister around where are we with that? When will we know if that fund will be replaced, how it will be replaced, whether it be extended? So we have met with her, and we have met with the other officials to look at that, and we are all waiting to see, because obviously there are hundreds of people employed by organisations providing that support that will rely on that funding going into next year. So we have a bit of a cliff edge in terms of employment programmes. So I think everyone's doing something different. We're all trying to get people into employment and keep them there and sustaining them there, and that's the kind of work that we would be involved in. But I don't think there's any specific ones I could highlight. It would be unfair for me to highlight
But
programmes.
most of them will provide support for people with disabilities.
Yes, there's a wide range within the disability community that are supporting people into employment.
Okay, thank you. Brian, can I now
Thanks.
move to,
Sorry, can I just
unfortunately I can't because we are running way behind.
Strategy, just to clarify, is that your own strategy or is that a departmental? Or?
DFC,
It is DFC.
they have a draft disability employment strategy that hasn't been
Okay.
published either. Sorry.
It's draft. Okay,
Yes.
Yeah.
thank you.
Right, Brian, can I move now to Morris, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I will be brief. It's more of a statement than a question. It's, legislation or strategies, no matter what they are, they only work if they're designed from the bottom up and designed to bring people with them, not designed from the top down, designed to and designed for. You need participation from the bottom up. And I think that's where all departments across the executive sometimes fail. But the question that I would ask is, would it be in order or would it help if we as a committee write to the department to ask them for more engagement with disability forums and groups that represent disabilities in the workforce, etc.? Would that help if we as a committee wrote to the Minister and the department and asked for further engagement actually with the people that they're designing this legislation for?
Yeah, I mean, the simple
Absolutely.
answer is yes, absolutely, that would.
Do you mind if I make one comment about that? Morris, I would genuinely appreciate that, but I need to also emphasise that there seems to be a movement within the disability sector at the moment where a group of individual disabled people feel the need to want to speak for all of us, and they're trying to exclude organisations. That's why me as an employer gets cut out, because I'm considered as an organisation, as is Centre for Independent Living, where we have a constituency of thousands of members, and they're just a constituency of one. The disability strategy has been great, and from what I know, because I've never seen it, is great, but has got no professionalism in terms of the area that I want to make a contribution, which is employment, both from the employer's perspective and as a disabled person's perspective, because these group of people seem to be controlling the narrative and have designed this strategy, while organisations with professional and lots of members that want to feed in have been excluded.
So I guess just on that
Through you,
note,
Chair, I'll be brief. Exclusion doesn't work, and if it's the remit of this committee and if they agree, perhaps we could then ask the department and the Minister to widen the scope to include people like yourself, because it's vital that we get everybody's opinion, not just a few. Thank you, Chair.
I think just picking up Michael's point, the way to do it would be to encourage. Now, the Minister has written to, like, we wrote to the Minister and the Minister replied and said he would meet with us. We've never ever got a date. And I think there are other organisations in a similar position whereby there is a commitment from the Minister to meet with the organisation, but no date forthcoming. So the intention is there, but it hasn't yet been delivered, if you know what I mean. So that would be outstanding over a number of months. So there's a yes, but it hasn't progressed. So I guess, seeking that the Minister and the Department actively engage with a broad range of disabled people and disabled people organisations and encourage people to share their voices as widely as possible, just picking up the point that Michael has raised. And in respect of the disability employment strategy, I think that's a really good recommendation that, people who, like Michael, have developed a business for and by disabled people that actually addresses. So I don't know if Michael really clarified what he does, but Michael has a business that provides change in places facilities, and he also employs disabled people. So that's a business built around addressing significant barriers which disabled people face, and a solution that had been designed for and by disabled people. So certainly an employer like Michael should be at the heart of particularly the disability employment strategy, because of the expertise from a societal perspective, but also from an employment perspective. So there definitely is that gap in terms of engaging with disabled entrepreneurs and disabled people who run businesses.
Yeah.
You know.
Thank you. And I think that's something, if members are all in agreement then, that we all write to the Minister to just kind of seek an update, and particularly in relation to active and meaningful ongoing engagement with existing but any other organisation that are very keen to feed into the future disability strategy. So it's something, if all members are in agreement, we can do that for you. Yeah,
Great.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on now to Andy.
Thanks, Chair. And perhaps Mars has touched on the point that I want to raise in terms of those forums and indeed the Disability Forum. Can I maybe ask what currently exists by way of those forums and how effective do you feel they are?
They're not. The Disabled People's Parliament is currently in the consultation phase. And we've had 2 meetings. And at both of those meetings, we've kind of talked around the same thing. It hasn't moved on. And if I was sure of it, I would have said, right, no one's emailed back. So I'm taking that everyone's content and happy and moved on. But that wasn't the case. We were again sent away and told, look over this, and if you have any amendments, email, and we'll meet again in a month's time. So that's the cycle.
Okay, so there's no current forum operational at the moment?
No. And it was in the PFD for 2016 that there would be a regional disability forum, and that's never been envisaged in reality.
And John, if I may highlight a problem, the consultation on the People's Parliament is actually a consultation of who is allowed on the consultation group, because this group, as I've expressed before, this group of it's just 5 or 6 same individuals that seem to pop up on all consultations, want to exclude all disability organisations. They feel disabled people should speak for themselves, and I do not disagree with that. But there are, a constituency of one or a constituency of another person who has, a constituency of 2,000 or 3,000 members or 10 or 12 staff members. They're not just a constituency of one trying to talk about everything when they only know something about one thing, if you know what I mean. So, and that's what's happening on other strategies. It's a consultation of who should be on the consultation group, and nothing ever happens. As a businessman, that just blows my mind.
I think, in answer to Andy's question, the Regional Disability Forum hasn't been established, and I think if that does, it needs to be really open and include representation, from organisations and individuals. Because, for example, Joanne is a member of Disability Action. And Joanne has a voice, so we need these inclusive spaces where everyone can share their experiences and there are no barriers, as Michael has outlined. There are 2 examples of forums that exist. One is the Disability Housing Forum that we administer in partnership with the Housing Executive. We co-design, and we really do co-design policy, practice, provision with the Housing Executive. And that has resulted in things like an additional, the facilities grant being increased by £20,000 in the context of the cost of living emergency, the mechanism for a disabled person to actually spend part of their grant in terms of appointing an architect to manage provision. So we have that partnership with the Housing Executive where disabled people themselves said, this is what happened, didn't work, what are the solutions, and solutions have gone forward, and that is a really good model of good practice. There's also the Regional Health Forum. That seems to be a bit more challenging because it's very difficult to know who's on it. There's no minutes available for it, and we don't really know what the discussions are, so we don't know how disabled voices are being heard within that particular forum. There's also DFI have a disabled persons advisory group as well, where disabled people advise the department on issues in relation to transport. So there are examples where things work effectively. I guess it's just looking at how that can happen on a global basis, and just in terms of these consultations, when you look at the Disabled Persons Parliament. My perspective would just be we need more disabled people elected and representing disabled people in the Assembly, and let's work about how to remove those barriers so that disabled people are fully included in legislative processes. And we know we do have disabled representatives within the Assembly, but it's a very small minority, and massive changes have been made because of representatives, like Andy, like Kelly, supported by other colleagues. But we really, my ideal situation would be that Michael and Joanne would be MLAs, you know what I mean, and actually had that pathway to election. And unfortunately, we have never had an election fund to remove barriers for disabled people. They do in England and Wales, it's being reviewed, where a disabled person could actually access resources to support their election campaigns. We've never had that, and it is a massive game changer. So we really would just ask that people look and think, how do we actually include people?
I would go one step further. I would like to see deliberative democracy for all citizens, and then disabled people would have 25% of the voice.
Thank you. And just finally, and we probably have about 1 minute, and I apologise, Melissa, but we have others waiting to come in, and we're running way behind time. So
just for the Rove, you're all very welcome here today, and it's very, very interesting and informative, your presentation. Just one of the questions that I have, which I raised earlier on today in this meeting as well too, just as in relation to the Access and Inclusion Grant, and I see that you have there, just has been one of your key asks. How important is it to you? And just a second question that's included in that, as far as I can see, there's only 2 council areas that are availing of it at the present time. Why is that?
So the Access and Inclusion Programme is essential for independent living for disabled people. It allows organisations and councils to work together and also DAERA, the Department for Agriculture is involved as partner in that, to invest in rural areas. Now, that investment is region-wide, but some councils are better equipped at drawing it down. And whenever, there is a full appraisal programme, it's assessed and everything else. So the programme has done everything from investing in play park provision to changing places facilities to audio loops in theatres, and without that we would be so far behind. And yet, there are so many examples where that investment is needed and across the region, and we're sitting at a point where there is no money for that for this year. It's coming up to October Monitor, and we would just ask the committee to kind of press that funding is released for those grants, because without them you wouldn't have Changing Places facilities in the Crescent Arts Centre, you wouldn't have Changing Places facilities in Oma Leisure Centre, you wouldn't have a wheelchair swing in the People's Park in Portadown, you would, and these are things that disabled people require for equal access. And on the issue around barriers to councils drawing it down, what is required, I think, is a reconsideration of how to apply. I think if we applied a rural needs assessment to it, we could look at those decisions and see actually how is this funding being delivered within rural areas, so that we could maybe increase aspects. Maybe working with DFC to say, let's pilot it in areas where it's been under-resourced, like a special grant provision one-off to say, let's target this particular geographical area where there's been no investment, and really look at drawing it out region-wide.
My personal experience of that has been that DAERA are communicating with council colleagues where there is often a high turnover. So one person might get an email, think of something, and then they either are redeployed or they've gone to another job and there's a vacancy until it's refilled, by which time the application period has lapsed. If I could just do a comparison with that in something similar that happened in England, and the access and inclusion wasn't local authority based, it went out as an open call. So if a public service like a library, a leisure centre or whatever, a manager saw something that they particularly wanted, they didn't have to go through the council. They could apply directly to the funding, and it was much more. The take-up was much better than it ever is here in Northern Ireland, and it's not because people don't want to do it. It's just a disjoint of how it is operating.
I'm coming from a rural area myself. I would think it'd be vital to say that kind of provision would be there in West Tyrone, which I represent. So thank you.
Okay. Can I thank you very much? I think as a committee we really appreciate not only your time, but it's been really informative, and you have highlighted a number of key areas as a committee that we will have a quick discussion about, and we have a key action there in particular to write to the Minister, particularly around the level of current engagement with yourselves and others, that it's key that needs to reopen again, in particular to try and bring forward as soon as possible for consultation the disability strategy. I think that's pertinent. And I think one other area, if members are content with, it's clear to me that there is ad hoc good models of practice within different departments in relation to disability forums, in the sense that can be open and inclusive and encourage that dialogue. As members have mentioned, it's critically important because it's the lived experience, it's your voices that will ensure and make our jobs easier, because ensuring that the most effective use of our resources are going to meet the needs of those that it's there for. So maybe writing to each of the departments, I would be really interested to find out for yourselves as well, and we can relay that back to yourselves as to across each of the departments what maybe current forums may exist, so we're more knowledgeable first and foremost, and who are the members of, and maybe what proactive work is being done to ensure that there is full engagement with people from a disability, where it's individuals, if it's small organisations, large organisations, local employers. So just to see, having a baseline of where we are across the departments.
I think that would be really useful, because as Nuala mentioned earlier, so very often we just get referred back to communities, and there's not that kind of cross-departmental working, and we don't always see what's going on in terms of the kind of disability forums and where we can engage more across all the departments. So we would really appreciate that, and certainly appreciate the support in terms of writing to the Minister and pushing the disability strategy. That would be brilliant.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you
very much.
It's great to meet with you, and
see
thanks for listening to us. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
We'll just close so we can prepare then for our next presentation. So.
Thanks so much.
Committee Room 29, Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, Sound.
She confirmed open.
Okay, members, our briefing papers for this agenda are at page 9, or page 305, apologies. And we have a briefing by Action for Children. So I'd just like to obviously to welcome the following representatives to the meeting. It's now this afternoon. Sheena McMullen, Campaigns, Advocacy and Policy Advisor. We have Paul Kelliger, Children's Service Manager with the Southern Western area. And we are due, hopefully, maybe to have Scott Compton, Senior Policy Advisor and Lead Researcher for Child Poverty and Barriers to Work Evidence. And I think he's come in via Zoom.
Hasn't joined yet, but we'll keep our eyes open.
Okay, thank you. So Sheena, thank you very much for your colleagues for attending today. We have the briefing paper in front of us, and can I now invite you to make a brief opening statement between 5 and 10 minutes. Before then, I'll open it to members for questions. Is that okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning or afternoon now, I think. And I'll start as well just by thanking you on behalf of Action for Children for the invitation to speak with members today. And also just wanted to briefly take the opportunity to publicly acknowledge with gratitude the recent letter in response to our Place to Call Home report, just to let you know that we've passed on your sentiments directly to Paddy, who had given us permission to share his story. I trust members have received in their pack a more detailed introduction into who we are and what we do, both locally and across the UK. Action for Children's vision is that every child and young person can have a safe and happy childhood and the foundations they need to thrive. And as part of that, we provide a wide range of services for the 0-25s and their parents or carers, as well as working collaboratively on policy issues that we see impacting their lives. So we're producing research and pressing for change in 3 areas, with more details in your pack. But number 1 on that is a fair social security system. And secondly, we're looking to secure help for families when they need it. Early support has either been frozen or cut since 2010 across the UK and in Northern Ireland, and we're seeing far too many children moving into care as a result of this. Locally, we've had the highest number of children in care since records began. So that's why we campaign in tandem on anti-policy poverty, local anti-poverty policy, and early investment in family support. And finally, the connection then to the report I already mentioned, we are campaigning for a more supportive care system, including the full implementation of the recommendations of the Independent Review of Children's Services, as well as accessible social housing and residential options for care experienced young people within this jurisdiction. But we're here today to present findings from our child poverty and barriers to work research led by my colleague Scott, who hopefully is with us today virtually. But before he does that, we'd like to highlight to the committee that this research was published in February this year and sent to the Minister along with an invitation to meet with us in relation to his department's responsibilities in the development of an anti-poverty strategy. We were encouraged when this invitation was accepted, but as yet no date has been made available in the Minister's business diary. Whilst we acknowledge with hope the recent indication that he intends to launch an anti-poverty strategy in January next year, we remain concerned that at all levels of government, whether in Westminster or Stormont, there is a disconnect between the urgency and levels of need in our communities and the level of prioritisation afforded by decision makers to tackle it. We feel that most recently this is demonstrated by at the local level by an absence of clear commitment to anti-poverty targets or cross-executive vision in the immediate priorities identified in the recently published draft programme for government. This is, in our view, missing a key opportunity to truly do one of the things that matters most today. Instead, we can only find fairly vague sentiments to deliver much needed support to those experiencing poverty without the how, and to introduce the social inclusion strategies with no urgency or sense of timeline connected to those statements. We don't think that this is enough when we look at the evidence, such as what we'll be presenting today, which will show the cross-cutting nature and challenges poverty presents to all executive departments. We want to strongly caution against procrastination on anti-poverty policy and a lack of meaningful joined-up support for families. So we are here today to ask members of this committee to continue to encourage action, not only from the Minister for Communities, but across the executive, to ensure that all babies, children and young people in this jurisdiction can have safe and happy childhoods, and their parents or carers are empowered to create the conditions that are needed for thriving. I want to just pass on to my colleague Paul to bring in some sharp focus really to the why behind this ask that we're bringing today, as he signs off on our crisis fund, which you have a bit more detail in your pack around every day. Paul.
Thank you, Sheena, and thank you, members of the committee, for your time. So I manage a cluster of services across Fermanagh and Omagh, kind of largely rural area, and the services I manage span from early intervention to youth homeless support. A rapidly growing driver of demand in our services has been this kind of sharp increase in child poverty. So my teams that I supervise report in many cases it's essential for us to try and address the immediate impact of poverty before we can almost complete any broader work with families. So I want to just kind of very briefly give you 4 examples from our crisis fund that are typical of what I kind of see and approve on a daily basis. So case study 1, mum is currently off on sick leave on half pay due to having an operation earlier this year. Dad is employed and the family depend on this wage but really struggle to meet daily costs. So the family are now struggling with their bills and the children's needs. Both children have been diagnosed with ASD. The family are open to social services and have consented to a referral for support. And we've essentially approved a crisis fund application to support the kind of immediate needs of that family. Case study 2, this is a family of 5, mum, dad, a 3-year-old waiting an ASD assessment and 2 older children. Mum is experiencing low mental health and she's had to take an unpaid break from work due to this. One was only able to work 1 day a week because she's looking after the 3-year-old because she can't afford childcare, so that kind of barrier of childcare is a significant barrier to work. And the family have had very little support for childcare, and this is kind of really challenging, so they're struggling with the kind of everyday costs of living. And again, we've provided support with food and heating costs in this case. Case study 3 is a young parent with a young baby living in temporary accommodation. And after a further housing move, she needs a cooker so she can cook meals for herself and her baby. She's not entitled to discretionary support because she previously had a discretionary support application in a previous property, and she can't reapply for it again for several months. So we've approved a crisis fund application to literally buy a cooker and help her install that at £250. And case study 4 is a single parent with 2 children. One is a young carer and helps support her sister who has complex neurodiverse needs. They have no support from any immediate family, and they're also impacted by the lack of respite for families with children with complex needs. And their caseworker kind of says it here, they're struggling to feed themselves sufficiently. And again, we have provided a crisis fund application here to feed kind of families. So, as you can see, poverty and financial stress are really impacting on the families we work with in different ways and with different kind of root causes. And both in our research and our everyday experience in our services kind of come up with this complex and connected range of barriers that kind of prevent families seeking kind of full employment. So I'm going to hand over now to my colleague Scott, who joins us virtually today and was the lead researcher on the UK-wide piece of child poverty and barriers to work, and he can explain in more detail the findings for Northern Ireland and present our recommendations along with Sheena. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes, Scott.
Brilliant. Yeah. Good morning, everybody, and thanks so much for your time today. So I'm a senior policy advisor at Action for Children, where I lead on our child poverty policy work, largely as it pertains to Westminster, but I also work with colleagues like Sheena on generating evidence that can be useful across the nations as well. So I'll just speak for the next 10 minutes or so to the slides that I think have been provided to you in advance. But firstly, I'll just start with a bit of context behind the research. It is often said that work is the best route out of poverty, and it is really important. A family is much less likely to be in poverty if a parent is working, and even less so if both parents are in work. But the reality is that the work doesn't offer a reliable route out of poverty in so many cases. As a service provider, we know that many of the families we support face some really complex barriers to employment, and that this is more likely to affect certain groups. So single parents, those with a disability or a health condition, or those with caring responsibilities for very young children or for disabled family members, for instance. We've also seen the nature of child poverty change over time. So increasingly, it is a story of working poverty. So over the last 25 years, we've seen really dramatic falls in worklessness within families with children, and a corresponding rise in poverty within working families. So 69% of children in poverty across the UK are in working families, compared to around 40% in 1997. So when thinking about how we address child poverty, we need to consider both why so many families that are working are still falling below the poverty line, but also how we support families that do face barriers to working or to working extra hours, how we can support them to overcome some of those barriers. So in the research that we published earlier in the year, we analysed the main source of data on family income, which is the Family Resources Survey carried out annually by the Department of Work and Pensions, in Great Britain, and the Department of Communities in Northern Ireland. And in this analysis, we use this concept of what we call work-constrained families. So these are families that are in poverty, and they have particular characteristics that potentially make it a lot harder for them to work or to increase their hours. And our aim with this analysis really was to produce some estimates of the number of children in poverty in these work-constrained families at both the overall UK level, but also at the nation and the region level as well. And in order to do that, we categorised low-income families according to three characteristics. Family type, so whether it was a couple-parent household or a single-parent household. The employment status of the parents, so if any of the parents in the household are in full-time work, part-time work, or not in work. And I should say we approached these estimates quite conservatively, so we only include couple-parent families in these estimates where at least one parent is doing some level of work. For single parents, we include, because they're the main or often the sole carers for children, we include both working single parents and out-of-work single parents. And then finally, the most important characteristic was the presence of barriers that could potentially make it harder for them to work. So these were where all parents in the household are already working full-time, so they're maximising their hours already, but they're still below that poverty line. Where a parent is disabled or has a long-term health condition, where a child is disabled or a long-term health condition and therefore there will be a caring need, or when they have very young children on the basis that this, again, will present a caring and childcare need that's most acute in the earliest years. And then just lastly, we also include single parents that are have some slightly older children on the basis that, you know, they'll typically have more caring responsibilities for longer. I should say this is obviously not an exhaustive list of potential barriers, can't possibly capture all the variety of families' experiences. It is based on what we're able to, the data that's collected through the Family Resources Survey. But it does, I think, provide a quite a useful basis for helping improve our understanding of the nature of these families' lives, the difficulties they might face, and quantifying some of these potential barriers. So on the next slide, it sort of gives the picture in Northern Ireland. So we estimate that between 2017 and 2022, there were around 62,000 children in poverty and in work-constrained families in Northern Ireland. So that's over half of the 100,000 or so children in poverty, 58%. And you can see on the chart and the table how that 62,000 figure is reached. I'll just briefly explain that it's important to note that those figures work cumulatively. So we start by presenting the number of children in poverty where all parents in the family are in full-time work. So for Northern Ireland, we can see that there are 8,000 children in couple-parent families and 4,000 children in single-parent families that are in poverty, despite parents working full-time, 12,000 children in total. And then we work through the rest of the barriers sequentially, counting the additional children that are affected by each subsequent barrier. Reason for this is that we don't want to double or triple count children that are affected by multiple barriers, which many in fact are. I won't read them all out, but you can see in the table how the different combinations of family type, of employment status and work barrier kind of combine together to make up that 62,000 figure. All right. I'll just briefly mention as well. So I mentioned just a moment ago, like a significant proportion of the children in work-constrained families in Northern Ireland have more than one of these barriers that we've identified. So 69% or 43,000 children have one barrier, around a quarter have two barriers, 16,000 children, and about 3,000 children have three or more barriers. And of course, these families are even less likely to be able to lift their incomes through work alone. I'm just going to finish with a note on sort of policy solutions. And you'll be aware that the UK government has committed recently to a new child poverty strategy, which is really welcome. And it's right that is taking a broad approach to all the different levers that government can pull. And we think that there are two goals in particular that should really inform that work and wider work going on within the devolved nations. Number one, immediate action to fix the basic adequacy of social security. Benefit levels are just too low for many families that we help to meet their essential needs. And that is largely a consequence of stagnant living standards, of welfare policies pursued since 2010, particularly the benefit cap, two-child limits, and how benefits were frozen in real terms for many of those years. I'm going to pass over to Sheena now, who can also talk. I think is going to talk a bit more about this from the devolved perspective, and then it will come back to me, and I'll talk a little bit about the second priority, which is how we support low-income families to overcome some of these work barriers.
Thanks, Scott. Yeah, I guess we obviously know that social security is devolved to a great extent, but there is still that connection and relationship with what's happening in Westminster, which is why we think we need sort of to be conscious of both those aspects. But in terms of the local measures and levers we have in fixing adequacy of social security, our recommendations are to permanently scrap the benefit cap and extend the mitigations package beyond 2025. And we also believe that the mitigations package should and could be extended beyond to include scrapping the two-child limit, which has disproportionate impacts on families who are statistically larger in general than the rest of other nations in the UK. We're also campaigning for an end to the 5-week wait in universal credit as well. We just see the damage of that every day in some of the case studies we presented and in the research most recently in particular. And we do think, again, there's immediate short-term things that could be done to alleviate that issue. And we are also in support of the independent review of the welfare mitigations recommendations around a child payment for Northern Ireland and cash first options similar to the Scottish model. So those are the things that we are looking at local level that are devolved within our remit. And I'll pass back to Scott, who will chat a bit more about the wider support for families at areas.
Thanks, Sheena. Yeah, so when it comes to policy options for supporting families to overcome some of these barriers they face to work, I think there are lots of things that we can do, including lots of things you can do quite quickly. So we published a briefing a few weeks ago along these lines, which we can share, and we made a submission to the spending review along these lines, alongside a number of other frontline charities that support people with complex barriers to employment. And I think you can probably broadly categorise these policy options into four things. Firstly, how can we strengthen work incentives within the social security system itself? There's lots we can do there when it comes to looking at work allowances, the taper rate. There is a very specific issue within carers allowance and the earnings limit within carers allowance that has contributed to a bit of a growing scandal around overpayments. And essentially what all these things would do would enable families to keep more of what they earn before it's withdrawn in their benefits, or they aren't put off from trying work because of what it could mean for their benefits. Secondly, measures to improve opportunities for families to access, good quality, secure jobs. That's partly about pay and conditions, and there is obviously an agenda around that in Westminster at the moment. But there's also some specific issues that kind of come up time and time again. For example, the very low rate of support in statutory sick pay. and the inflexibility of statutory sick pay when it comes to supporting phased returns to work, for instance. And we are also calling, alongside various other organisations, for paid leave to be introduced for carers so they can better balance their caring responsibilities with paid work. Number 3, better job seeking support, thinking about how we actually support people into jobs. So that's partly about, investing in well-evidenced programs that we know can help people into work. But it's also really, I think, really importantly about rethinking and looking again at our really quite punitive approach to conditionality and sanctions within the social security systems, the kind of compliance culture that emphasises pushing people towards sort of any job. Lots of evidence that this is proving very counterproductive, both for individuals but also for employers. And I think that the kind of current model within job centres and job offices of very quite generalist support provided by work coaches, and that move away from more specialist provision is something that the sorts of families I think we've talked about could really benefit from. And then lastly, just the cost, if you like, and availability of formal childcare, which it can be a really significant barrier to the labour market, as well as obviously being very valuable and important for early education. Typically, that's affecting mothers. So, improving access to childcare through direct subsidies, but also thinking about how we can target that in the best way towards low-income families. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Scott, Sheena and Paul. I'm going to open now to the floor if any questions.
Yes. Thank you.
Shan?
I know that we've met and I think are due to meet tomorrow again for a briefing on this actually. In terms of some of the long-term and short-term things that you'd like to see in place, what would you set your priority on? I suppose I know the Minister has spoken in the Chamber around the mitigations around the 2-child limit. We are still waiting to hear what is going to be the outcome, I suppose, of the review. I think it's the 31st of December. We're waiting on that review of the welfare supplementary payments. But I suppose in your view, what would be the most effective actions that could be taken straight off?
Yeah, I think our position would be shared by quite a few. For example, the Cliff Edge Coalition around, there are those sort of immediate things we can do locally around the 5-week wait, and they've talked about the contingency fund and the renaming and the different things. And I'm pretty sure I read recently your party's position on this, and I think that is in line with those things. We definitely think that's an achievable thing and a very helpful thing at this time. I think the 2-child limit is absolutely one of the key drivers of child poverty. It would be lifted immediately. If it was added to the mitigations package, it would make a significant impact. So I definitely think we would be pushing for that change in particular. But I think part of what this conversation maybe is around today is as well that longer term view and the complexity of the things, that those are maybe initial relief sort of scenarios, but in terms of the longer term issue, and if we actually really want to turn this ship around, investment in household incomes in a very sustained way and in an intentional way, using the levers of social security as the most effective way to reach children and lift them out of poverty. So we know the sort of options that work, but we would really like to see that long-term mind, and that from this point on, we don't feel like it's acceptable to keep waiting for that strategy and for that long-term view across the executive for tackling these issues.
I think that's the key point for me, is across the executive, and this work just shows that this is cross-cutting, which means that any response we have has to be bought into by all executive 100%. Departments. I suppose that's the thing. Just very lastly, I just want to thank you, and Action for Children have been such a clear and concise voice on all of these issues, so thank you so much.
Any other questions from members?
Kelly, Melissa.
Kelly.
Thank you very much for the presentation. The programme for government, the draft programme for government, currently doesn't have any underlying themes within that. What's your thoughts on the fact that there isn't an anti-poverty strategy that's directly targeting this support for children?
I think it's really problematic. I think, back in 2022, the expert panel, was brought in from the community sector as well to kind of look at targets and outcomes and to hopefully, co-produce a strategy that would, inform the levers and the different things we can do at a local level to bring the changes that we need to see in our community. So I think without that, going forward, I think even all the ambitions within the programme for government are fundamentally tied to this issue. The inequalities issue is undermining what we hope for in terms of our transformation of public services, or it'll undermine what we want to do in the justice system. It'll undermine economic opportunities and our children's chances in employment in the future of a very changing economic climate as well. So I think unless we are willing to make those investments early on and in a very strategic and with the long term in mind, and with a human rights foundation to be honest, I think that's the missing piece too. This legislation, was supposed to be 20 years ago, essentially for good reasons, and at the moment I think we're really letting our children down by not having it in there and not connecting to the whole wider programme.
I just ask as well, with the changes that were coming in, albeit under the last government in Westminster, to further sanctions for families where people weren't actively seeking work. Have you made any responses or any commentary to the Department or the Minister for Communities about the impact that sanctions to adults have on children in the family?
I personally haven't. Scott may have interactions with that in Westminster more than I have done anything on that, but I think it would be a concern, definitely. We have a think family model within Action for Children, that anything that is happening with parents impacts the children and young people in their home, and that's also why that connection even to children's services and the reforms necessary there are interconnected with these issues very, very closely. So definitely would share that concern.
That move to universal credit with the terrible 5 week wait basically impacts every child that's within a family that's having to move to universal credit. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Lisa?
I could say wait when you're the righteous fast. Just thank you for your statements as well. As a question that I have for Scott. Scott, you alluded there to statutory sick pay. Now I know that sick pay now currently is the responsibility of the employer, is that right? As opposed to the state actually paying it. But is there a problem there? Or what were you alluding to whenever you referred to statutory sick pay there?
Scott, can you hear?
Sorry, no. Was that a question aimed at me?
It was indeed, yeah. You want to ask it again, Lisa?
Would you mind? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you alluded to statutory sick pay. Is there a problem with that? Because as far as I know, statutory sick pay now is the responsibility of the employers, yeah, rather than where previously it was the state that would have paid it. Well, do you envisage that there's going to be a problem, or is there already an identifiable problem there?
Yeah, so on statutory sick pay, I think it's not really working for and presents a lot of barriers for disabled people in particular. The UK, we've got one of the lowest rates of sick pay in the developed world. I think it covers something like 10 or 11% of average full-time earnings. And when you compare that to the OECD average of something like around 60 or 70%. So, there's a real difference there internationally. And functionally, what it means is that, people who might otherwise have been able to maintain employment if sick pay worked a little bit differently, or if it was a little bit more generous, if it was a little bit more flexible, find themselves having to leave employment and end up often on the benefit system and being supported through the benefit system. So I think it's an area where there's really there's really obvious room for improvement. I think there was some analysis that I have seen on sick pay that showed if you was to increase it up to to cover at least the national living wage, that although that would have a direct cost to businesses because it's being covered by its employers who are covering that, it would deliver far more benefits to employers, to government, and to the wider economy due to the decreased sickness absences, better productivity, fewer people flowing onto those incapacity benefits.
Thank you.
Any further any questions? Okay. Just got on that, and then I'd like to do a wee quick summary, but it would be really, really interesting to see, because obviously from my experience just in the employment field for many years, a lot of people who were unwell were forced back to work due to the level of statutory sick pay. And then likewise, a lot would have loved to have done an incremental back to work, 1 day, 2 days, but making that choice of what's recommended by your health professionals, where it's like a graduated scheme back to work over 6 months, it's generally not an option for a lot of people because they need their salary and they're forced back. So I'd be interested if there is any further information or analysis on that, whether it's here locally or elsewhere. I think it would be useful for us to have if that's available, Scott, or if if other research has been done on that.
Yeah, we can put together a note on sick pay for you. Absolutely. Just one thing I would say so one of the things that we've been calling for alongside these other organisations that we've been working with, including disability charities, is not only should we need to increase the rate of statutory sick pay, but we allow it to be used more flexibly. So to support some of those phased returns. And the way that will work is, if a worker is returning to work on reduced hours or fewer days, they could be paid at their usual wage for the hours that they do work, and then have that topped up with statutory sick pay for the hours that they're not working. So it's about making that return to work more financially sustainable, without placing quite as much financial burden on employers as paying a full salary.
May I add in just something briefly as well around flexible working? We would also be very keen to see, and obviously the Good Jobs Bill consultations just closed, and there's some encouraging conversations within it around obviously flexible working, around neonatal parental leave, and more flexible options for paternity leave. And certainly again, when we work with young carers and young adult carers, flexible working is mentioned quite often as a way of kind of navigating their caring responsibilities, or and trying to get into the employment, and as is the kind of 0 hours contract factors as well, being sometimes a bit of a difficulty in them managing that kind of coming back to work in a more sustainable way that they can actually manage their household income as well. So I'd just like to say that again, locally, there's things happening and conversations that I think are really helpful in this wider conversation of addressing barriers to employment and creating a more flexible labour market, really.
Just first and foremost, I want to commend Paul and Sheena and Scott just for the ongoing work that you have done for many years, the tireless work on the ground supporting our young people and our families. I have to declare a bit of an interest where I worked in family support hubs with Action for Children and other family support hubs for many years. So I know family support workers and family support mentors, how vital that work is, and how impactful it can be in supporting families to navigate the daily challenges in life and try to improve their quality of life. So to commend your work and the work of all the organisations that work in that field, supporting our families on the ground, and likewise the excellent research that Action for Children have presented here today and have continued to present. I think one standout moment for me, as Sheena is yourself, in saying the word regarding the anti-poverty strategy. That for that to be moving forward, if it doesn't move forward urgently, it undermines nearly everything else across justice, across, you know, health. It undermines everything else that we do, because cross-departmentally we must ensure that we drive our children, our young people and our families out of poverty and improve their quality of life, and that should be centre and core. So I just think it was a standout moment, and that word undermine as definitely hit home to myself, and I would thank all our committee members here today, so thank you. And I know Kelly just wants to come in. Do you want
to be honest, mine was more about unpaid parental leave and the impact it would have. If Scott has anything on that he can give us evidence of parents, the impact that the unpaid element is having, because I'm sure any families, if they find that they're not going to be paid in work because they have to go to a child that's in hospital or whatever, they're not taking it because they can't afford it. So again, there's children not being supported. But it's just if you have any evidence of that, if you can give us an insight into that unpaid parental leave issue. Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, briefly can input to one of the things we see in our services is parents really struggling around the childcare piece, particularly where there's either whether a child is ill or has a disability, or where a parent has a disability. And that struggle is something we see in our services really, really frequently. So it's not a very research-based question, but I mean, it's something I see daily in our services, just that struggle. And again, I mean, Madam Deputy Chair, at that point about childcare and cross-departmental, you know, this is kind of where it all impacts on families, that kind of childcare piece, the struggle. I mean, recently outlined in a spotlight programme around respite care for parents, for example. All of these things create pressure points for families and really genuine struggles.
Okay, so thank you very much. Really appreciate you sticking time out as well and coming along here today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Very much.
Thank you.
It's got one thing there again. Your parental leave question.
Do you want to come back, Scott, on that question regarding parental leave? Or well, not question, but asking for further information. We've left you with a bit of homework to do.
On parental leave, well, one particular aspect of that we have looked at quite closely alongside the Carers Trust and other organisations is around paid leave for parent carers. A particular issue, you know, unpaid carers. Only half of unpaid carers are in employment. Many parent carers find that are in work or attempt work, find that their employers just don't provide enough flexibility to balance their job with their caring responsibilities. So in the UK, in Great Britain, they've introduced unpaid leave for carers up to 5 days a year. That came into force last year, I think, which is obviously a positive step. It's not happened in Northern Ireland. But we think this needs to be paid. There should be a paid entitlement, and really, we would love to see that doubled as well to 10 days a year. And lots of evidence from the likes of the Carers Trust and the Carers UK on some of the benefits that could bring.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's better.
I know. It's the joys
Thanks
of
all.
having children in school.
Bye.
See you later.
Thank you. Members, we're now just going to move on to item 11, the Forward Work Programme. Members, a copy of the work programme is at page 321. Do members have any comments, or are they content to note the Forward Work Programme?
I don't know if we've quorum. Can I check if Morris is still online? Can still note.
He's happy to note?
Yes.
Yes. I'd just like to remind members that we are holding an online event with the Youth Assembly from 6 to 7 on Tuesday, the 8th of October, and I would encourage you all to participate. It's particularly important as we will move to oral evidence sessions on this bill at the meeting next week, when we will hear from 3 organisations and then commence our initial deliberations on the clauses of the bill. Okay. So the 24th of October, we did plan as a committee team, obviously, to go to Derry with regards to Housing First, who are a fantastic homeless organisation in the city. Unfortunately, the premises would not be suitable. So we're kind of reviewing it at this moment in time, maybe alternative venues and maybe dates and follow up. But we still intend to I was keen to have a focus on homelessness and try to seek a more accessible venue, maybe within the city, if that's fine.
Chair, can I just add to that I was approached yesterday at an event with Libraries NI, and they would be really keen to host the committee as well, given that Libraries is within the committee's or the department's remit. Either that or a museum, they also said. So just that it would be interesting for the committee to access one of those venues.
It's just on that, it's important maybe to reiterate, obviously, it's Book Week the next couple of weeks. So there is an event as well. With
the 18th, the
18th, with BBC, I think we've all been invited to as MLAs, so it's just to remind people it might be a good event, and it's always an excellent week. I think across our towns and cities and our libraries, they do fantastic work during Book Week with the schools and local residents. So we'll be content then to note that, and we will follow up.
We firmed it up, yeah.
And then, members, you've been provided with a memo from the clerk at page 326 in relation to a committee response to the draft programme for government. I would refer you to the proposed next steps at page 329 and ask for members' comments on these and what are members' views in relation to providing a committee response. So any views from members?
We don't have a quorum any longer, but Morris isn't there.
Okay. So we don't have a quorum, so can I defer?
Yeah, we can
this
defer,
to next week, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You need the input by Monday the 7th, Clark, is that?
On the basis that committee would like to submit a collective response, yes. I don't have a decision with regard to whether or not that's doable, but in any event, yes, I would need it then.
Can we now move to item number 12 on the agenda, any other business? So do you have any committee members have any other business they would like to raise? No, thank you.
Sorry, I nearly forgot there. Quite disappointed with the response back from the BBC. I don't know whether we can ask Westminster. It's gone out of my head who the committee is, but the one with digital and communications deal.
We did write to DCMS already, and there was an action agreed just at the start of the meeting with regard to that correspondence, Kelly, if you want me to go back over it with you. We're going to write back because they didn't address the licence fee requirement issue.
That's brilliant. No,
and
that's
to
what
emphasise what we think may be coming forward in a future bill in terms of sign language and preparations for that.
Now, on what level of engagement, consultation that they have?
Here's your way ahead then, yes, thank you.
Okay.
That's brilliant, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So just item number 15 on the agenda, date, time and location of the next meeting. Our next meeting will be at 10 a.m. on Thursday the 10th of October in room 29 Parliament Buildings. So the meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Committee Room 29. Sound. 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 Committee Room 29, 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 Sound.